Well, I'm glad we're inside today, aren't you?
Yes.
Still humid and sticky, but we're going to have some fun. So let's take our songbooks and turn to 395. Come in and sit down. You have the song with the words up there yet? She's having some health issues. So she thought I could do it myself. I don't know. I'll try and rise to the occasion. By the way, my name is Neela Lawson, and I'm a member here at Siloam. Anyway, and I've been playing at Riverside, and I play a lot of different places. I get around. Anyway, I always have something on my phone, a word of the day. And my word of the day is Herkel-Durkel. Have you ever heard of this? Well, it's a Scottish word, 200 years old, and it means to lounge in bed long after it's time to get up. So I'm really glad you're not Herkling-Durkling today. But we might have an interesting fashion show, wouldn't we? So Linda wrote out the list. You know, and Everett, the school teacher, you know, there's all this talk about cursive writing. If you want to see some beautiful penmanship, come up and check this out. I can make out every word if I can see it. Okay. 509, I, the Lord of sky and sea and sky, whatever it is. You know what I mean. 509. Lovely. I almost think I'm back in the convent. Who knows? Anyway, it's just nice to be together and share music and hear them rise together. Okay, the next one is 245. Praise the Lord with the sound of trumpet. And I think you need to stand. Well, maybe sit for this one. The next one you're going to have to stand because I want you to march. That's a good song. Okay, you have to stand up for this one. It's number 659. One more step. Oh, it's not 659. What number is it? Hold on. 639. That's how good that cursive was. Okay, everybody. Everybody up. asked you to leap. I don't know whether the insurance would cover it in the church, but anyway. Do we have another verse? Oh, okay, that's fine. So you can have a seat. I got new glasses, and I'm not sure whether they're working right. But anyway, I can see most of the words and most of the notes, so that's a good sign, right? And I didn't get into an accident in the parking garage this morning, so that's a very good sign. Okay, Deep in Our Hearts, which is in More Voices 154. Lovely piece. It's a centering song. Does anybody want to talk?
You do a great job.
Oh, gee. Next one, Make a Joyful Noise, number 820. And I think you have to clap in this one. Linda wrote down instructions, and I'm following everything she's saying. And she's watching us on live stream. So we better be good. And I can't find the number. Hang on. There we are. Worship the Lord. Another Kloosmeyer one. How many remember when Kloosmeyer did their tour of southwestern Ontario? I remember being in this church for one of the concerts, and then I remember being in a church in St. Thomas, and it had a balcony, and I thought the balcony was going to break down because we were all swaying and having a good time. We were a rowdy bunch in the 70s, you know. Good memories, good memories. Worship the Lord. Okay, we can have an echo part. This part will start, this place will start, and then the other will do the echo, okay? Worship the Lord. Worship the Lord. Okay, come on. This is the 70s. Raising our hands. Okay, we can do that. Even sitting down. Let's try that chorus again. Ready? Worship the Lord. Worship the Lord. Worship the Lord. The Spirit, the Son. Raising our hands. Raising our hands in devotion to God who is one. Raising our hands as a sign of rejoicing, and with our lips our the last one, 747, the Lord's my shepherd. Totally different, but it's good to mix the bad, good with the old, right? Gosh, I'm still struggling to see some of these numbers. Is the full essence of our faith. Mary, you moved to crutches. Last week she was on a cane. Not getting better?
No, but today's not about that.
Okay.
But first, I think we need to give Neil a wonderful round of applause for leading us this morning.
A little later, unfortunately.
Welcome, welcome. It is such a wonderful thing to see so many of you here this morning. We have not been able to gather for summer events since the summer of 2019. And, you know, I think we've all missed it. We need to be together as women, as sisters in the faith. And it is just so lovely to be here. For those of you who don't know me, and I'm sure most of you do because I've been around forever, my name is Mary Dillon, and I'm pleased to be your dean for this year's event. I'd like to introduce you to our planning committee. Some of the gals you've met already as you've come in this morning. We have Linda Britton, who is our registrar, secretary, treasurer of the committee. Linda's at the back there. And we have Joyce Pavey, who has worked on hospitality and was out front getting out muffins and with the ladies from Oxford. And we also have our new president for the Antler River Watershed region, UCW, Marilyn Mitchell. So lovely to have you with us, Marilyn. And our past president, Marge McMillan, sitting at the back there to help us out as well. And as Neela mentioned, Linda Stinchcombe was also part of that committee, but due to some health concerns, she had to step away. But she is watching us along with others on live stream today. So once the event is over, that link will be available as well to those of you that want to go back and review parts of the day or share it with friends who could not be here this morning. So what else did I have to tell you at this point? Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over the land acknowledgement. We really do need to give thanks for the land on which we gather.
As we are called to make right with our siblings before we come before God to offer worship, we acknowledge that Siloam United Church is situated on the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Wauk, Attawandaron, Wendat, and Huron peoples, all of whom have long-standing relationships with the land of southwestern Ontario and the City of London. As children of the Most Holy, may we seek to live into right relations with all of our creation siblings.
And we are grateful to be here. In addition to the day we've planned with uplifting music, the inspiring message from our guest speaker, and the book room is here. We'll have a lovely lunch together prepared by the ladies from Siloam. It's a day for us just to be a part, to set aside all the things that crowd our minds and our busy lives. It's a day for us to have some rest and renewal and friendship. And, you know, fellowship is a funny word because when we say fellowship, we think fellow. I don't know what it is. The sisterhood, you know, to just share in that camaraderie with one another. At this time, I'll turn it over to Reverend Ann Corbett to bring greetings from Siloam.
Good morning and welcome. I'm very pleased to welcome you on behalf of Siloam United Church. My name is Ann Corbett. I am the interim minister here at Siloam. For a short time or a long time, it's all very unknown. But I'm happy to be in that position, and I'm happy to welcome you this morning. Some of you have come from afar, and so I hope this is a wonderful day for you. Probably the most important thing you want to know is where the bathrooms are. So over here, we have a lovely bathroom with, for those who are super short, for kids, we have the small toilet and the regular toilet. Right over here, we have a one-seater. But our main bathrooms are just down the hall here on your left. And since there's Deepak, I think is the only man here. So if you want to use a men's bathroom, you can probably do that. So welcome and peace.
I take it you knew that I was one of those seniors. And I sure am. First of all, I really, really am so excited that so many came. It seems like about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was talking to Linda and said, "How many people are coming?" And she said, 16. I said, 16? And so then I really prayed harder than I had been praying for all of you. And when I look out to and see all of you and so many, I recognize your faces, and it's absolutely wonderful. I never thought that I would be doing this job again under a new name. So I hope that I can get around and get to know all of you. And I trust that this is going to be one of those very special times together. I keep remembering when we were away and down in Toronto way, and they kept saying that we are strong, we are women. And that was, it kind of, it just I thought, yes, we are. We really are strong women. We look after our families, and we look after getting to church, and we come out and take time for days like this. And I know that when you leave today, you're going to be filled with His Holy Spirit. And remember that this is the day we will never forget. Thank you.
So like all of you, I wear many hats. So now I'm going to talk to you on behalf of the Christian Resource Center. Now, most of you have been around long enough to remember the days of London Conference when we had 8 presbyteries within the conference, and every presbytery had their own book resource center. That's no longer the case. Now we are part of a region, and within the Antler River watershed region, there are 2 resource centers. There's the storefront in Mitchell, which is open Tuesday through Friday from 10 until 4. And then there is a satellite resource center located at Fairmont, the old Fairmont United Church on Tweedsmuir here in London, and it's open Wednesdays from 10 until 2, but can get anything that you need. You can order through either resource center for baptism candles if you need them, all of your church supplies like membership certificates, candles, the registry books, in addition to books for your own personal reading, small group discussion, books on spirituality, theology, social justice, just pretty much anything you would need. If they don't have it on the shelves, they can get it for you. So this morning I brought just a few books to share with you. Now, many of you will be familiar with Reverend Janet Stobie. She is a United Church minister. She's written several books. One that you're probably very familiar with is Dipping Your Toes. It's a book of reflections to carry you throughout the year. They're a great resource for the time that you're asked to lead worship at a UCW meeting. And now she's also written one called Breakthrough Moments, Threads of Scripture in the Fabric of Life. And we have several copies here with us today. And the other book that she's recently released is a children's book called Raja Finds His Wisdom, Using Our Differences Widely. And it's a beautiful story about a little African elephant who thinks that he doesn't have anything special to give, but learns that he does, in fact, have some unique gifts to offer. And this book is kind of special to me because when I saw it and I saw the name of the illustrator, I thought, that name is really familiar to me. And I called my brother, who knows everything about family history, and found out that yes, it is our cousin. So my cousin Lois is the illustrator for this book, and it allowed me to reconnect with her after probably close to 50 years since I've seen her. We connected on Facebook, but anyway, it's a lovely little story for the grandchildren. And then for our own meditation, there's several copies of the book A Rhythm of Prayer, and it is on sale today for $15. Just very short little prayers. I should have maybe had my glasses on. How long, Lord? How long must we cry out? How long must the vulnerable sit silent as bombs, guns, cages, natural disasters threaten lives? How long must we hear the agonizing silence of so many in the church? How long, God? Are you listening? Yes, you do. You do. You do see us. You do hear us. And then it goes on. But there's several lovely reflections in here. So that is on sale for $5. I was thinking, I've been really called lately to books on meditation and prayer. So I brought a lot of those today for you to look at. And Oh, it didn't get put in the bag. There is a new chicken, well, I think it's new Chicken Soup for the Soul book on grief and grieving. So that's in the store as well. This little book, a colleague of mine did this as a book study at her church or churches, How the Light Shines, Stories, Strategies, and Spiritual Practices for Caregivers of People with Dementia. So it's a nice little book. The print is a little too small for me to read you anything without my glasses, but that's one to look at, either for yourself, because quite a few of us do have folks in our families with dementia, or we know of others, so it's a helpful resource as well. And I brought some children's books. Most of you, I think, are familiar now with the Wonky Donkey, which if you've seen the video on the internet, the grandma is reading it to her little one and cannot get through the pages without laughing, and the longer the story goes, the more she laughs, and it's quite contagious, actually. Well, this is the first one, but there are 2 others in the series that we have in the book room today. And I brought a couple of children's books. One of the first losses children often feel is the loss of a pet. And so we've got 2 beautiful books in the store, one called The Invisible Leash, and the other, The Heaven of Animals. And these are just beautiful books. I've been asked several times, do you think my dog or my cat is going to go to heaven? And I truly believe that there's a place for all of us there. And this explains in just beautiful wording that children can understand, and beautiful pictures. Well, there's the horses. It's a lovely story to share with those who've lost pets or and The Invisible Leash. There's also a story called The Invisible String about the fact that we're all connected and we can never go far enough away that string detaches from us. So it's the same idea with the leash, that, you know, even though the pet may be gone, that animal is still part of our lives. And finally, this little tote bag is a great little buy. It helps to carry around anything that you might have to take with you. It's got our UCW, our United Church crest on the front, and it's only $12.99, I think, with plus the HST. So those are the books I brought for you this morning. Come see us over the time that we're here. The ladies will be packing up the book display right after lunch. So if you can get there on the lunch hour or at our short break time, please do. Thank you so much. And now it's time for worship, which is led by Lambton. And I wanted to thank all of the various areas of the region that are participating today, whether it's in worship, greeting, making muffins, and courtesies at the end of the day. Whatever role you have, it's certainly appreciated that everybody is taking part.
Good morning, everyone. Bring you greetings from faraway Lambton County. Children of God, come and bring your gifts to offer to God. Let us pray. All that we are and all that we have comes from you, O God. Help us to take our lives and make them a joyful offering to you and to others each day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Our first hymn is going to be Voices United 595. And I had thought we would just do the first 2 verses. Okay?
The scripture is taken from Matthew 12, verses 4 to 8, and I'm reading from the First Nations version and indigenous translation of the New Testament. For just as our bodies have many members, and each member has a different purpose, it is the same way with the body of the chosen one. We are members of his body, and each member belongs to all the others. Creator's gifts of great kindness have been poured out on us in many ways, giving us different kinds of gifts. If your gift is to speak the heart and mind of the Great Spirit in a prophecy, then let trust guide your words. If your gift is helping others, then give yourself to help others. If teaching is your gift, teach well. If your gift is to speak courage and strengthen the hearts of others, then speak bravely. The one whose gift is giving should not hold back. If your gift is leading, lead with honor. And the one whose gift is showing mercy and kindness to others should do so freely and with a glad heart. May God grant us a new understanding of this, his holy word.
Good morning. Have you ever noticed how quotes and short words of wisdom often help you to help your understanding of a scripture reading? Here are a few that I thought could apply to today's lessons. Some people strengthen society just by being the kind of person they are. And that is a quote from John W. Gardner. And this from Charles Haddon Spurgeon. By perseverance, the snail reached the ark. Or perhaps, the person who insists upon seeing with perfect clearness before they decide never decides. The words of Henri Frédéric Emile. Perhaps Henry Van Dyke's words, use what talents you possess. The woods would be very silent if no birds sang there except those who sang best. Now please accept my apologies for using all male references. That's the resource I had to work with. I will admit that I was wise enough to edit one to make it inclusive. That being said, I will continue on. Thinking of the scripture just read by Wilma, in the context of the theme for today, Stronger Together, as well as the subject matter of the theme speaker, Karen's Place, London, I can't help but be reminded of a quote of Mother Teresa. We cannot all do great things, but we can all do small things with great love. I should think that Karen's Place, London is likely one of the greater things, but we can all do a small thing by helping in whatever way we are able. We can do many small things in love to help the great things thrive. We must remember that any small thing made in love will help to make this world a much better place. Yes, and even just a smile or a helping hand. For UCW, what would be a better cause than to support women in a transitional living program that would identify the problems that cause their homelessness, offer the support necessary to deal with the issues, and give these women some time to come in off the street and regain the necessary skills to live healthily and independently in a safe environment. May it be so.
We're now going to sing from Voices United number 468, Let Us Talents and Tongues. The offering will now be received. Today's offering will be going to support the women at Karen's Place in London. We have been blessed with abundance. May we give with a generous heart. Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, accept these gifts given with love and generosity. We ask that you bless the gifts, the work done at Karen's Place, and the givers. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We are pleased to have Reverend Ann Corbett with us this morning to lead us in the sacrament of communion.
Can I interrupt for a moment? I'm not sure if everybody got a little pencil. I was going to mention that. Does everyone have? Okay.
If there's no missing way, please put your hand up.
How about we sing the first verse of Let Us Talents and Tongues Employ one more time?
Okay, just give me a second here.
Oh, sorry.
I don't trust my mind anymore.
Thank you. Holy God, we praise you. Let the heavens be joyful and the earth be glad. We bless you for creating the whole world and for your promises to your people and for Jesus Christ in whom your fullness dwells. Born of Mary, he shares our life. Guiding the children, he leads us. Visiting the sick, he heals us. Walking with the wounded, he comes to make us whole. Dying on the cross, he saves us. Raised from the dead, he gives new life. Let us pray. Christ, in spirit, you dwell among us at this time in this place. As we prepare to partake of Holy Communion, we ask a blessing upon your servants gathered here. We know that often we stray from your path, and we ask your forgiveness for those words we should not have spoken and those things that we failed to do. Yet even as we make our confession, there you are, offering the strength of your boundless, compassionate embrace. And so we come to the table forgiven and free. Amen. On the night before he died, Jesus took bread, blessed it, and broke it, saying, "This is my body given for you. Each time you do this, remember me." Then he took a cup, and after giving thanks, passed it to his friends, saying, "Drink. This cup that is poured out for you is the promise of God. Whenever you drink it, remember me." Send, O God, your Holy Spirit upon us and upon these gifts, that we who share in this loaf and cup may be the body of Christ, light, life, and love in the world. Amen. The body of Christ, the bread of heaven. The blood of Christ, the cup of love. These are the gifts of God for you, the people of God. Let us partake. Communion never sounded like that before COVID. Let us pray. All praise to you, O God, for the profound gift of your presence. We have been strengthened with healing in our bodies, in our minds, and in our hearts. We are your hands and feet on earth. May we serve with joy, prepared to make a difference in the world. Amen.
Oh, I guess it's me again.
Sure. Two banners that are here at the front, the one for the Antler River Watershed region and the other from London Conference UCW, where each of the 8 presbyteries have a quilt block, and they're absolutely beautiful. So if you haven't seen these banners before, please take a moment to look at them during the day when there's a time to do that. And I should mention, sorry, on behalf of the Resource Center, today we can take checks, Visa, MasterCard, debit, or cash if you have the right amount. If you have exact change, we can take cash. If you don't, we can always invoice you and get the check later. Or you can do e-transfer. We have that ability now too, to the email for the Mitchell store.
Oh man, we're so up to date.
Oh, we are. We're getting there.
How do you know how to do an e-transfer? A few of you, yeah. Once, hey, you got to get the special account that you don't have to pay the extra fees for because you're a senior. When you get white hair, you get some cuts, which is good. Anyway, I think we need to stand up and move around. So I think we're going to sing, grab another hand, grab the hand that's near you, grab another song and sing this song. You got the words for that? Oh, well, we'll make them up. Oh, you know them. We'll make them up. Ready? Grab another hand, grab the hand next to you. Grab another hand and sing this song. Grab another hand, grab the hand next to you. Grab another hand and sing.
we're going to let you get up and move. It's 20 after. The speaker wasn't supposed to speak until 11 o'clock. So if you could get up for 10 minutes, then we'll come back, okay? So we'll start at 10:30. That gives you a washroom break and what have you. Okay, ladies? Then I'll introduce the speaker.
check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2.
Ladies, can I get you to come back? Our guest isn't here. Oh, here's Mona. Ladies, can I get you to come to your seats, please? I'd like to introduce our speaker. Oh, she's back. She's there. They probably heard. They'll know. I have the great privilege to introduce our guest speaker from Karen's Place. Karen's Place London is just now being set up in London as a transition place for homeless women over the age of 50 years. It's a new idea to house and support women who have lost the skills to be living independently. The current plan is to take in 5 women for a period of up to 2 years to provide them with support for financial management, food preparation, life skills, activities to build self-esteem, and opportunities to participate and give back to their community. The idea and support for this project came from a contractor businessman, Jamie Critch of Osborne Developments, whose sister, Karen Critch, died suddenly and much too young from a heart attack. Karen had devoted her time and talents to support the empowerment of women in the community. Family friends, Anne and John Brown, and their minister, Reverend Catherine Trovell, Karen's family, Mona Wittenberg, who's our guest speaker, and Jonathan Brown, met to discuss how to honor Karen's life with a project to help homeless women, especially those over the age of 50. The women are chosen by the agencies that deal with mental health and homelessness. The property has been purchased by Jamie Critch, whose family business is Auburn Property Developments. About 2 years ago, his sister Karen died suddenly at age 51 with heart failure. The team that looked for a suitable place was representative of various agencies working on homelessness in the London area. They chose this location because it is close to downtown, but also in an upscale neighborhood. The house is 3 stories high, with 6 bedrooms, kitchen, pantry, dining room, library, consultant room, living room, and usable basement. The 6th bedroom is for a woman of similar age to be en suite 4 p.m. onwards to support the women living there. The house will soon become a home to 5 women over the age of 50 who have been homeless. This project is designed to renew the skills for independent living that have been lost through mental health issues and poverty. The Mental Health Alliance and other social services have worked together to study the needs and find solutions for homeless women in the senior category. So welcome Mona, and she has her volunteer, Jackie Arts.
Yep. I think sore knees are a bit of a theme today. So I'm going to use this podium a little bit because I've also hurt my knee. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, first and foremost, for inviting Jackie and myself here to speak to you today. Karen's Place is a unique project that I don't take lightly. This has been such a blessing to be able to be a part of it, to make a change in a terrible situation, and to offer a spot for a lot of friends and other women who also want to come in and make a difference and help these women who are in the most need of help. As was said, this is Jackie Arts. Jackie is not only a friend, but she has become a close colleague. Jackie is in at our house at least 2 or 3 times a week, depending on what is going on. Jackie is my #1 volunteer. She knows the program as well as I do. And as we develop, we see more and more people like Jackie coming in and wanting to be a part of Karen's Place. As was said, this project is being done in memory of Karen Kreitch, who is a very close friend of mine. In everything that we do, in every thought, every decision, Karen is put to mind. We literally sit and think, what would Karen do? What would Karen think of what we're doing? How would she handle this situation? And so Karen is very much in the forefront of my mind through everything we do. We discovered early on that there was a true need to help older women in particular. A lot of the shelters in London are split between spaces for men and spaces for women. And typically, the spaces allotted for younger women are given to, that are allotted to women are given to the younger women who have children. And we all understand this. It makes sense. They're the most needy at the time, and those spaces are gladly given to those younger women with children. But what happens is the older women tend to move back. They're the invisible, the unseen. They're couch surfing, they're living in their cars, they're staying in a dangerous spot because they have nowhere else to go. We felt it was time to give them a voice, give them support, and give them a place. And that is what Karen's Place London is all about. What we wanted to do was not just offer shelter for them, but offer a whole program. Some of these women have been on and off the street for a number of years. And when that happens, they lose their skills that they had accumulated through their whole life. When you spend every day trying to figure out where you're going to sleep and if you're going to eat and if you'll be safe that night, there's little time to think of anything else. You become detached from the world. You no longer are comfortable walking into a grocery store. You haven't used a stove in years, if not months, or, in some cases, some people have had very little time in front of a stove or any other appliance in a house. And so some of these women coming to us will have to relearn or learn for the first time basic skills to become independent and to live successfully and not end up back on that street and not in that terrible situation. So from day one, we offer them housing and food. And those two main securities offer them the chance to come in and take a deep breath. They're able to kind of relax a bit, realize that they have support, that they're not alone anymore, that they no longer have to stress about where they're going to sleep, and they can start focusing on what brought them there. There's such a stigma attached to homelessness. We all assume it's either a problem with alcohol or drugs or a mental health issue. And in the last year and a half, in speaking to so many various women and agencies, it's become very apparent that it's not just that case. There are so many reasons why a person becomes homeless. In some cases, it's an illness that leads them to not be able to work anymore, to not have any support around them to offer them the security while they are getting better, and before they know it, they're on the street. I spoke to a lady who's 62 years old. She was a very successful woman in Toronto. She was a real estate agent. And in her words, she lived the life. She had a great house, she had a partner, she had no children, but boy, did she ever have a great life. She did everything. And then one day she started getting sick. And it took a little while for the doctors to figure out what was going on. In that time, her bills mounted, the pressure kept on getting greater and greater, her relationship ended, and before she knew it, she said she was living in her car. And again, in her words, what she felt like was that she was on a slide and just going down and down, and for whatever reason, she could not grab the side. And before she knew it, she was living in her car. Now, this lady didn't have any issues at the time other than this illness. It was eventually determined what was wrong. She had a couple of operations, and she has slowly started to recover. But now she recovers, and where does she go? In this lady's case, she came to London. She said in her mind, she felt that she had a better chance in a smaller city to get back on her feet. She's currently living in a little one-bedroom apartment in Glencoe. She's very thankful every day that there is a roof over her head, and she's slowly rebuilding her life. Now, this doesn't come easy. As I said, she's 62 years old, and it's really, really hard to get a job when you're that age. You're either overqualified, you're going to retire soon, that illness is in the back of everyone's mind. It's really hard to make a start. This woman gets up every morning. She tries to find somewhere to work. She keeps herself busy. She volunteers. And she'll soon be coming to Karen's Place as one of our volunteers. She's got her place to stay, so she's not going to come live with us, but she's going to become a part of us. And that's another part of Karen's Place that we're really focusing on. This group of support, this energy that we have in the house. It's bigger than you or I or any of us. It's an energy that is so positive, so encouraging. And it's not only going to help the women that we're bringing in, but it's also all of our volunteers, all of our workers, everyone that enters this house. They feel it, they grow from it themselves, and we're trying to keep this momentum going because it'll be through this camaraderie, this fellowship, that these women will no longer feel alone, that they'll feel supported, they'll have the courage, they'll build the skills over the 2 years they live with us, and they'll go off and they'll live independently and be successful. 6 months from the time they graduate from our program, they won't be on the street. They'll be living successfully. One of the things that we discovered early in our program was that we needed help. The group that was put together to form Karen's Place all had some form of business background, but not one of us had any type of social working or healthcare or mental health experience. And so we talked to a few agencies, and in the end, we decided to work with the Canadian Mental Health Association. They're the experts. They've written the books, they know what they're doing, they've got everything down pat. We needed to welcome them into our house to help us establish a very good program, one that could support these women as is needed. And they come along with incredible supports. Not only will they support us with a full-time social services worker, but they will also provide a mobile nursing unit, and they also have 24-hour crisis units available. Having that kind of professional support offers a very valid program. It offers not just our well wishes and our desire to help them regain their skills, but it also brings in the experts. With this project, from the very beginning, we wanted to make it a community project. We didn't want it to stay with our small group. We didn't want to confine it to the Canadian Mental Health Association. We wanted to open our doors to everyone. And so we started offering tours, and we started contacting other agencies, and as word spread, more and more people came forward. Excuse me. We wanted to do something different, something unique with this house. We wanted to show that the goodness of people is still out there. And so we started with the house. We brought in some furniture from Auburn Developments because it does start from the top down. Jamie was very, very generous in offering some staging equipment and some personal items. And we started furnishing a house. As people came in and looked around and saw our project, they decided, hey, I have a couple of chairs or I have a table. Before long, we had people coming all the time with various items of furnishings and equipment. We are very, very proud to say that out of the kindness of people's heart, we've been able to fully furnish and equip this house for under $1,000. Yes, wow. And we're very proud of that because we were able to show that the goodness of people is still out there. Sometimes all you need to do is have a chat. People are good. They want to help. They want to give. And we like to chat. And I think that's a great combination. I always say there are many ways to give. And we should never ask someone to give more than they can or give until it hurts. People can give of their time. They can give their talent. They can give a physical possession. Or they can give money. And all four are needed. Through this unique way of opening our doors and bringing the community in, we have seen so many amazing, amazing ideas. One of my favorites is a small group that came in and they toured the house. They walked away from it, and a couple of days later, I got a call from one of the ladies. And she said, would you accept a meat donation? And I said, well, I'm intrigued. I think, of course we would. Tell me more. And so she said, well, my brother is a pig farmer, and there's a small group of us who would like to get together and support this project, pay for the pig to be processed and sent to you and fill your freezer. I thought that was genius. That's built-in sustainability. That's so many meals for our family at Karen's place. And so it was done. We have a full freezer. We actually have a full freezer and a half. And in speaking with the farmer's wife, in figuring out the package sizing and how to process the pig, the lady, after hearing what we were doing, said, all right, I'm in your age category. I love your idea. Consider this a perpetual donation. When that meat gets low in your freezer, call us. We'll fill it up again. If that's not the definition of goodness, I don't know what is. It doesn't have to be a huge gift. It can be small. We had one lady who heard that we were looking for dishcloths. She went home, she Googled how to crochet dishcloths, went and bought the cotton yarn, and came in to visit us with a dozen cloths. It was amazing. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for support, big and small. We're looking for people to come in with their ideas, with their thoughts. This program has grown so much because of other people's ideas. Before I go on, because I've forgotten to do this already, I'd like to play the video. This is the house. So you're going to have a virtual tour of Karen's place. So keep in mind, as you see each room, this was all done out of the kindness of people's hearts for less than $1,000. And in some cases, we've already upgraded and included more furniture. So please enjoy this. 403 Central Ave.
What's the age of the house?
It would be a late 1800s house. Yes, it's a big old, yes. It's got great bones, though. Okay, so we'll watch the video. And that is Karen's place. I should also say, if anyone has questions throughout this, please ask them as we go. Sometimes the best questions are left till the end and they're forgotten. So let's have a bit of give and take. If anyone has any questions as I bring a topic up, please feel free to ask. So as you could see in the video, we have 6 bedrooms set up. Through the generosity of everyone who's come through our doors, every woman will have a robe hanging on the back of her door. There are slippers waiting for her, and there's a welcome package with all the toiletries and any personal item we could think of to put in there. We are trying to, in essence, open our arms and say, welcome. You've been found, we've got you, you're supported, you're no longer alone. And again, through the goodness of others, we're able to do that. No. There's 1 bathroom per level, and on the second level, there's also another half bath. So there is sharing to be done, but on the second level, there are 2 bedrooms, and on the third level, there are 4. The first level also has a full bathroom. It's like a family. We are setting it up as a family, and families share spaces. Because we're asking 6 strangers to come and live with us, though, we do have many spaces available for them to go for the days where they just don't want to be with the crowd. So we have a study on the main level. It's my favorite room in the house. It's one that I often go to and work in myself. It offers privacy. Each person that comes into our home will have a private or their own personal social worker attached to their file. And from time to time, that social worker will come to the house to do a wellness check, if there's an issue going on, and a progressional meeting to look at housing, to look at options for them past their graduation from Karen's place. The study allows them to bring their social worker into the room, close the door, have a little privacy, and do what needs to be done in a nice, calm setting. Another room that we have besides our den is a craft room. Now, this room is a nice big open area. It's got a great table set up for many to come and do crafts. And we've had interest in from the community, from several people, from wanting to set up games nights or card nights to painting classes, pottery, and we open the door to everything. As a community, if we come in and we accept them, they will feel a part of us faster. And the best way to do that is through fellowship. And so we offer, we would welcome any offers of advice, any offers of things that we could do with our ladies. Events, planned, actually, if we ever had a piano, bring in someone and do songs. Anything to make them feel part of life again. Because that's the important thing, to give them their self-worth back, to give them some confidence and to let them know that they're just as worth it, just as worthy as you or I.
Question?
Yes?
Since you're having the people stay approximately a year to 2 years,
Yes.
you won't have a huge turnaround in individuals.
Not typically, no. What's been found in the past is when you take a person off the street and you just put them into a 1-bedroom home or a house or a room within a house, and there's no training or no time to take that deep breath, they're unable to function. They're missing their community on the street. They don't have the skills to survive. They're very uncomfortable. And quite honestly, it's easier to face the fear and the demon that you know than the one you've been put into that you're unaware of. So our idea of having a longer stay is so that we can build all those skills, so that when they leave our place, when they graduate from Karen's place, they're ready to conquer the world. In whatever setting that they deem is their next step, we help them prepare and they're ready and they've got the support. And that support is ongoing. It's not just from the time they live with us till the time they graduate. 18 months to 2 years after they leave our house. If they hit a rut in the road, call us. Come in, have a cup of tea. Tell us what's going on. And if we can't help them figure out what to do, what solution to come up with, one of the agencies that we are now associated with will. There's always a solution, and as our community grows of support for Karen's Place, the ideas and the ability to help these women only gets better and better.
So a lot of your individual women are referrals from an agency that
Yes, yes. To start off with, just to walk before we run, we're only accepting clients through the Canadian Mental Health Association. Now, that doesn't mean that other associations can't work with the CMHA to help their client come into Karen's Place, but we are funneling through the CMHA.
So it will take you some time to get a whole house of individuals.
Sadly, no. There will be a waiting list. We are very, very... We do, yes. We are very close. Our last stumbling block, and this is typical of the times, is finding our social services worker. And now this full-time employee will be an employee of the Canadian Mental Health Association, but we will be paying for her services. Right now, they're trying to find someone. And as in all the industries right now, it's hard to find employees. So we're working on it, so please pray for that, because we need that person to come forward and be that support, that full-time support that we need in the house. We do have, the CMHA has clients ready and waiting to move in.
And typically those ladies are coming from, they're in a shelter currently now, so they're not coming, like we're not getting somebody out of Victoria Park. We're getting somebody that's
right.
Not established, that
they've had some experience.
Had some experience in living in
yes.
that setting.
They've started their counseling. They've started whatever support is necessary to bring them back to speed.
What's the stumbling block for getting a person, a hired individual? Is it there's just not enough of these people in the industry that you just can't hire? We just don't have enough of them?
I think it's a combination. I think it is. We don't have as many in the industry as we need. And there are also a lot of agencies currently looking for new workers. We had a lot of people retire through COVID. And trying to fill that gap right now is difficult in nursing, teaching. Almost every industry is experiencing the same growing pain. And so we're getting creative. We have to sweeten the pot a little more. We're coming up with different ways. And one suggestion that I've made is for them to come and see Karen's Place. This is a unique program. This is something that we're all going to learn from. And so for that special person that wants to start a project off with us, it'll be an amazing opportunity. She just hasn't come yet. Sorry?
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I was thinking in my mind that some of the immigrants that are coming in that might have that background, the indigenous population.
Yes.
Getting some money.
Yes.
Government agencies and things like that.
Yes. And they'll all, at some point, we will hopefully have a representation from everyone. Yes. So in keeping with the whole theme of keeping our doors open and welcoming everyone, we've also welcomed the post-secondary schools. We have talked to King's College, their social working department, and I'm happy to say that they will be bringing in a student for a placement in September. Now this student will work alongside us. She will be learning about homelessness a little more. She'll be learning about the older population. And that's what we really want to target, is let's shed some light on the older ladies in the community that are struggling. We also have Fanshawe coming forward. They have a gerontology program. This program is a postgraduate diploma program. And so a lot of their students are nurses and social workers. And we will welcome one of their students in January. And again, this person will come in and add her skill set to our house and make the program that much better. We really wanted to invite everyone. We wanted to use everyone's ideas, their thoughts, their skills, and that includes businesses in the community. We've had such a great response from so many businesses. I couldn't name them all now, there have been so many, but a couple that come to mind that are personal favorites because they just touched on such a great, they were an example of goodness. One is Labadee Blinds. Now this small company came in because they heard that we were opening up our house. And one thing that's very important for these women is privacy. And so we were looking at having our windows covered. So the owner of Labadee Blinds came in one day and he decided to take a tour of the house. So he was gone for about 10 or 15 minutes, and he came back and he sat down beside me at the table. He looked a little pale, and he said, Mona, there are 22 windows in this house. And I said, yes, there are. And he said, and they're big windows. This is an old house. And I said, yes, they are. And he nodded, and he said, to put blinds in this house would cost $11,000. So my mind immediately goes to, all right, that's a lot of fundraising, but we'll find a way. But in speaking with Steve, as he went down the list of how he could save us money, at the end of his discussion, he put every single blind on himself for $2,000. That's goodness, isn't it? Yes. We had a security company come in and put in a great security system. We have cameras set up. We have, we feel safe and secure.
Locks on the bedroom doors.
Locks on every bedroom door, yes. Locks were donated so that these women feel secure. They have their personal possessions in their own bedroom. They lock the door and no one else is allowed in there. They have privacy and dignity with this. We've had other businesses come in just to see what they can provide. We've had handymen come in and offer their services. Trim has gone up. It's a bit of a contagious event. You come into this house and we're like a spider in a web. We've got you. And at this time, I would also like to say, if anyone would like to actually come and tour the house, we've got about 2 weeks left that we're offering tours. And so all you have to do is get in touch with me. And I should have brought something and I didn't. Our email is info@karensplacelondon.ca. You can email me and I can give that afterwards. During lunch, if you want to come up, I'll give you my cell number, my email, whatever you need. If you'd like to come and take a look at the house, have a closer look and have a cup of tea with us and hear more about it, you're more than welcome.
We're on Facebook too.
Yes, we are on Facebook as well.
Can you give us that email address again?
Sure. info@karensplacelondon.ca. So we, oh, sorry.
How is the house heated?
Well, one of the things I loved about this house was the fact that it had been renovated right before it was purchased. So it has all new windows, it has a new roof, the wraparound porch was redone, the fire escape was reinforced, new air conditioner, a newer furnace. I think the furnace is 2 years old. Everything was done for us. So the heating is done through forced air. It's a gas furnace. With all those new windows, though, it's amazing. It's very efficient, considering the age of the house and the size of the house. So, good question. With all the tours that we've given, with all the wonderful people and businesses that have come in, no one ever comes in empty-handed. We have shelves that have some food on it. Now we're currently starting to itemize everything and figure out what exactly we need. But we've got such a good store of toiletries, of food, of everything you can imagine. I'm a little jealous of the kitchen personally because it has so many gadgets, so many different ways of cooking. People have come forward and said, you know what, I don't use my crock pot anymore. Here you go. And so we've got all of this waiting for our ladies to come in and start using them. We're going to run a rotating chore schedule so that everyone has some exposure to every part of keeping a house, from cleaning it, to maintaining it, to cooking. And we don't expect everyone to walk out of our house as a chef. But even if we can convince everyone that that can of zoodles is not good for you, it's not the cheap option even, take the time, make a simple sauce, buy your pasta on sale, learn how to portion and freeze food, learn how to be more self-sustaining, and do it in a healthier, better way. We, oh, yes?
What about clothing?
Well, we've been very generously supplied with clothing, and we actually had a boutique from Dorchester reach out to us, and they offered to give us all of the clothing that doesn't get sold each season. So we actually have 3 boxes of beautiful, beautiful brand new clothing sitting waiting for our first residents to come in. So from time to time, we will put out a plea for certain things as we need them. But the response we've gotten has been so overwhelming. We're very, very blessed with what we've got right now.
And until we know their sizes, it's hard to keep taking stuff
Yes.
in, because then the basement's starting to get, full with stuff, so it's organized very well, but until we know the sizes, we can't, we also have to be careful too, is when they do come in, we have a plan of doing like a fashion show where we'll hang up a lot of the clothes and have each of them pick 5 to 10 items. If they pick any more than that, they'll start to hoard it. So we have to be careful with how much they put in their bedrooms, and sometimes they'll take stuff that doesn't fit them. So we got to make sure it's their size, and give them some new clothes, give them some clothes when they come in.
Teach them that they don't need to grab whatever, that, again, we've got them. Yes?
I was wondering about actual meal preparation.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Yes. Well, and a lot of what we've developed for this house is based on a university setting. People coming together, strangers coming together, and learning how to live successfully communally. So we're going a bit old school on this. We're going to literally put the flyers out on the kitchen table every week, figure out what's on sale, and set a menu based on what's on sale. Teach them how to purchase their groceries effectively and efficiently, and set a menu that everyone can agree on, or the majority can agree on. Of course, you're always going to have the odd person who won't quite like certain meals, but there are always going to be options. And teach them how to do this. So teach them how to find that meat that's on sale, portion it out, and either freeze it or prepare it, and do what they need to do in a very cost-effective manner. Too often we see them grabbing the cheap pasta, the zoodles, and I apologize to whoever makes zoodles, but it's a thorn in my side because there's a better way, and we want to help them. Some of the greatest chats come from the kitchen. When you're making dinner, when you're baking, when you're just working together, chats come to be. And I think that will be very therapeutic for all of us, not just the ladies living there, but for all of us. It's an eye-opener to us who have not had to experience this. We want to, like I said, we don't expect them all to be chefs, but we want them to bring them to a level of independence that they can figure out a healthy schedule of meals, do it cost effectively, and stay healthy.
So we're trying to do, we're thinking mac and cheese Mondays or pancake Tuesdays, tacos on, we're just trying to, we have to see what they like, right?
And also soups, stews, yes.
How are you connected to my sister's place?
Well, we informally call them our big sisters. My sister's place was one of the first places I contacted when we started this whole project. And they have been so generous in their time, their talent, their wisdom. They are our greatest cheerleaders. So they've been helping us along. They've been showing us what works, what doesn't work, how to store certain things, what to even ask for, because this is all new to us. And so sometimes when people ask, what do you need? We don't always have an answer. And so my sister's place is there to help coach us along and help us to develop our program. They, along with a bunch of other agencies, I can't say enough good about the various agencies in London. They're all supportive. We've had places like Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels called us and asked to come in. And they toured our house, and we chatted. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, that's great that you've come in, but I don't see the connection. But it was made for me. The director of Meals on Wheels said, "Now, Mona, what happens if you have a bad virus go through this house and everyone's sick?" I went, "You're right. We should have a food supply. Other than us freezing meals and everything, we should have a backup system because we're dealing with older women and we will have viruses go through the house from time to time." And so we were given the cost sheet, and it's very, very reasonable for meals. And so at any given time, if we do have a bad virus or something go through the house that requires us to bring meals in, we now have a support system for that. We had the Children's Aid Society contact us. And again, my first thought was, where's the connection? Well, the connection is that when the women come into Karen's place and get established and settled and try to reintroduce themselves to society, they also will have grandchildren who are in the Children's Aid Society. And wouldn't it be nice to reconnect and have a supervised visit and reestablish that family connection? And so we're working with the Children's Aid Society as well. Every agency that comes in has their own idea of how they can connect to Karen's place, and we welcome it. And so if anyone has any suggestions as well, we do welcome them. Through various tours, we've learned of things that we needed to do that we didn't know. One retired nurse came through the house, and when she was done, she said, "Now, what will you do for those emergency times when an ambulance gets called? No one has time to pack a bag, and you've got women who are older and who have had a bit of a rough go and probably will have health concerns." So her suggestion was to make hospital bags. So we now have a supply of hospital bags, and they're just grab-and-go little simple sacks, but they've got a toothbrush, toothpaste, a hairbrush, slippers, a crossword book with a pen, because we all know that you spend several days in the emerge before you're able to go where you need to go. And so not only is it just the necessities that they need, but it's also that hug, that support, that unwritten guarantee that you're not alone, that we've got you.
And we won't give their room away. If they're extended in a hospital stay, the room will stay.
Yes, because we're independent and because we're starting out, we kind of get to make the rules. And one of those rules is that we won't give away someone's bed, because we've found that some of the older people in the community that find themselves homeless are so because they were in a retirement home or some type of community setting and were in the hospital for an extended stay. Some government agencies don't allow that bed to be empty for more than 30 days. And if it is, it's given up. So that person comes out of the hospital, and where does she go? She's homeless. It's pretty, yes.
So my sister's place, going back to your question there also, anything that extra comes in, if we get extra clothes, like some of the clothes that have come in, we actually go over and we deliver it to my sister's place. So we share things with each other. They had put a cry out 1 week for toiletries. So we had extra in the basement through all of our donations, and so we brought some over to their house. So we're kind of sharing our...
Well, it's a community effort. Yes?
I was recently at a presentation by Missionary Services, and all the work they do in the city of London.
Yes.
Connected with them in some way.
Yes, they've come forward too. We've been working together. They're all so generous in offering their hand and their expertise and their experience. So.
Very impressed with the presentation that they...
Oh, I'm sure. Yes. Yes. We've had Inova reach out, and in fact, this coming week, a group of their employees will be coming through the house. Inova deals with women who are fleeing a violent situation. So they are very specialized in what they do, but they still have people that perhaps, could benefit from Karen's place as well. They all specialize in their own unique niche of needs. And we've yet to find ours. So we need a little bit of time to have some women come in and live with us. We need to learn, and then we'll figure out what we're good at. We just don't know yet, and that's kind of a wonderful thing. We're able to learn as we go, and our greatest teachers will be our residents and the community around us that comes in, that helps out. We have a retirement home, a retirement village, Richmond Woods in North London, who have brought in 2 busloads of women to come in and tour our house. They're amazing ladies, and we kind of say that they've adopted us. They come in, they offer suggestions, they always bring in bags of canned goods and toiletries and whatnot. They offer suggestions. They were in one day and they realized that our study actually wasn't as soundproof as it needs to be, and the next week they showed up with a noise machine. It's those things that will make our project even better. It's the different ideas from different people, from the community.
They're a bit of our guinea pigs too, with some of the beds that got donated in. 1 or 2 of them are really, really low. So the one lady sat it and she said, these are too hard to get out of. So we got a higher bed. So they were testing it for us. Testing some of the
They
stuff.
come in and show us what will work and what won't work. Another thing that we wanted to do from the get-go was giving back. We don't want these women to just be sitting there accepting help and not realizing the gift of being able to give. Nothing feels better than helping others. And so from the get-go, we will be having a giving back program. So one week it might be making a platter of sandwiches to bring over to my sister's place to help with the overflow of people there. Another week we might make some goodies and visit a nursing home and go see some people who don't get very many visitors. We have a vast supply of wool, so maybe we'll have a few ladies who will knit hats and mitts for some of the poorer schools. We want to show them that everyone has something to give, them included, and we want them to feel what we've been able to feel. Nothing makes you feel more worthwhile and part of society than helping others. If you have any ideas for this program, I'd really appreciate that as well, because we want to come up with different ways that they can help, different exposures to different programs for them, and just ways to make them realize that they really do have a lot to offer. Another program that came out of someone coming to the house and looking things over was our graduation program. We have boxes in our basement with extra things that have been donated. So 4 place settings, some knives and forks, some cups and bowls, just something to get a person started when they leave Karen's place and go back to living independently. A lot of these women come with not very much in their hands. And so the thought of starting again and trying to fill a 1-bedroom apartment or a bachelor apartment or whatever it is that they're going to can be overwhelming. And so we want to be able to give them their graduation box and say, hey, we've got you. This is your start. And now let's help you build and let's help you make that home that you are now going to. I can't say enough about the time that the residents will stay at Karen's place and the importance in that. Instead of rushing people in and out, the gift of time allows them that deep breath. It allows them the chance to rediscover their skills. It allows them to reestablish connections. And it might even be 6 months or a year into the program with us that they reach out to a family member that maybe things had gone downhill and they haven't spoken to a sister or a brother or maybe a daughter in a long time. And we want to really encourage that relationship to reestablish as well. We've got lots of ideas. We've got lots of plans. The volunteers come every week. A couple more people come forward and express their interest in volunteering. And we welcome any of you as well. Everyone has something to give. And if you'd like to be a part of Karen's Place, we'd love to welcome you. And I think that's all I've got. So do I have any questions? Anyone have any suggestions or questions, ideas? Yes.
Besides yourself, and I know you're looking for a social worker.
Yes.
I assume there's someone there overnight.
Yes, thank you. And I did forget about that. So thank you. So this is a program that we've fashioned after university, and we call her the Den Mother. So that 6th bedroom, that large bedroom that we saw at the end of the video, that's for our Den Mother. This lady will have lived experience. So she'll probably have been out on the street at some point, but she's made it to the other side. She's doing really well. But unfortunately, on the other side, there is no pot of gold. These women are still struggling. So what we want to do is offer that room to the person free of charge, and in exchange, she can be our second set of eyes in the evenings. So her day for us will start around 4:30 or so, and she will supervise dinner prep. She'll eat with the ladies, she'll supervise dinner cleanup, and then throughout the evening, with whatever activities we have going on, she is welcome to be a part of it. Basically, what she's there for is to watch out for conflict, because we are asking a lot, having strangers live together. So if there's a conflict, she'll have to know, can I handle it? Do I need to call Mona? Do I call CMHA? Do I call 911? And it's not just within the house, it's also outside of the house. Are there dangers? Is someone lurking? Is someone on the porch? She'll set our alarm every night, she'll do a head count, she'll make sure that everyone is safe and sound, and they'll go to bed at night, and the next morning she wakes up, has a quick debrief with myself or the social worker, and the day is hers. And so she can work, or she can volunteer. If she wants to take a course at school, we'll help her get back into school. Whatever it is that she wants to do through the day, we want to support her. We do actually have our first den mother. She's a lovely lady. She's from the Bahamas. She is a little younger than 50, but that's okay. She's got lots of energy. She's great at cooking. She is very handy in maintenance around the house. She wants to give back so badly, and she's very excited. So probably in the next week, she'll move into her room. She wants to eventually become a settlement worker because she came from another country. She understands the difficulties in becoming a Canadian citizen and in maneuvering the various agencies and whatnot, and she wants to give back in that way. We hope to help her get back into school, get that course behind her, and find her a place as a settlement worker. So this is a bit further along in the process. This woman can serve as a beacon of light for the 5. They can look at her and say, okay, she did it, and so can I. She can mentor the ladies, and hopefully when she moves on, one of the 5 that are there will be strong enough to possibly move up to that 6th bedroom. So it's a program within a program. It shows that this is a lengthy process. This isn't 6 months. This isn't 2 years. This is a lifelong process. So thank you.
I'm curious to know, it sounds like a wonderful program, but these women are over 50 when they come in.
Yes.
They're that much older when they leave your program.
Yes.
And you've already acknowledged that it's difficult for women that age to get a job. How are they going to become self-supporting, to move into their own house?
Right. That's a great question. So first of all, we'll make sure that they are taking advantage of all social programs that are out there. And sometimes there are some cases where women just didn't even realize that they had that they were eligible for certain programs. So we'll make sure that they are up to speed on all social programs. Their income tax will be brought up to date if that is lacking. More than that, though, I know what you're getting at. So we'll look at affordable housing. And another thing that we want to try is we want to bring the Golden Girls back. In this day and age, it's very difficult. Not everyone is going to have their own house. And that's a very sobering thought, but it's something that we have to work with. So what if 2 or 3 of these women form a good bond and decide that past Karen's place, they'd like to remain living together? It's much more affordable to find a 3-bedroom apartment. You'd be sharing all the utilities. You could share the cost of food, which would also bring that price point down. There's many benefits to living communally. It also means that there's no isolation. There's not as much depression because you've always got support. You've got someone right there. And so we'd like to encourage that. That won't be for everyone. For some of these women, it will be long-term, low-cost housing, supportive housing. It'll be looking for subsidized housing. And it might take time. But these women are already on lists because they're already part of the Canadian Mental Health Association. That's already been established, and we just help them along the process.
And by being in Karen's place, as far as like a good reference, if they're good tenants to us, the chances of them getting in a low-income housing will be good because we can say, yeah, they're clean, yes. They live, they pay their bills. So our reference will be very, very good when it comes to them picking somebody for low income.
Yes. Thank you.
What do you have for outside space there?
Well, we don't have very much because it's right downtown. We do have a very nice big wraparound porch, and we also have a second-level deck that is private to the house. The only access to it is through the house. So there are lots of spaces that they can go out without really being seen, which is kind of nice because London isn't the safe city we all knew it to be years ago. And so sometimes just having that space without being seen is not a bad thing. We're very close to the park. We're only 2 blocks away from Victoria Park. There are many places within walking distance that offer them, a little bit of space if they choose it. We've also looked at doing micro businesses, dog walking. What a great idea to get some side cash, to offer your services as a dog walker. And the Richmond Woods ladies not only thought of this, but offered to come and be buddies and walk alongside with these ladies. So there are many opportunities. We want to also show them that they are employable should they choose to be. They've had a tough go and everything, but if we can build their self-esteem, if we can show them that they're worth it, I'm not talking full-time jobs by any means, but there are many part-time positions out there that people are now starting to realize older people can not only fill, but do very well. And we want to be at the forefront of that as well, should that be a venue that they want to take. Yes?
If these ladies are in this program,
Yes.
through mental health, whatever, aren't they getting some government assistance?
They are. So they're either on Ontario Works or a disability pension. That's not very much, though.
I know it isn't, but they could bring that
Yes.
to you.
Yes. Yes. And we will be taking a small amount per month just for them to feel that responsibility of owning their room. It's all government-based, and the government has set out how much should go to housing, how much should go to food. So we'll follow those guidelines because we don't want them just thinking it's a free thing. Everyone should own it. Everyone should own the space that they're in. Yes?
How long have you been trying to organize this? When did you get the house? How long ago?
We got the house last May, so just over a year with the house. And 6 months prior to that, we started talking and formulating this whole plan. I think the first 2 or 3 months I spent in front of the computer and running to London from agency to agency to learn. So my learning curve has been absolutely vertical. Well, thank you. I waver back and forth on that. Some days I wish I just want to forge ahead, and I think we're taking too long, and then I hear from other agencies who say we've gone at light speed. So we take every day as it comes. One thing I say very often is we've got to walk before we run, because we don't want to trip. This is too precious. There are too many lives at stake, and this could become a great program. And who knows? Maybe someone else will look at our program and say, I've got a house. Maybe we could open up a second one. Who knows? We opened that up. We would be very glad to share all of our experiences and what we've learned and everything. So that is one of my personal hopes, is that it'll open the door to others.
Helping 6 at a time.
Yes. We start small, but it's still a difference. Yes. Yes.
Have you spoken to the people at the Indwell? Now, they do a much larger
Yes.
scenario, and they are not just for females.
Right. They are a wonderful organization. Yes, we've had several meetings with them. We've taken some ideas that they've offered us.
They've come through the house as well?
They've come through the house, yes. And who knows, maybe a larger project is looming with Indwell. That would be that's a possibility, I guess. But yes, Indwell is a wealth of knowledge.
Well, I think I can see both scenarios being very important.
Yes.
As we go forward.
Absolutely, absolutely.
There was a question about pets.
Yes.
Seems to be one of the difficulties that I've heard.
It really is, and I struggle with it because I myself am a pet owner and I love pets. We will not be accepting pets at Karen's Place. Quite simply, we can't. Because how do you say yes to one and no to the next? And while one person might love a cute little dog, the next might love a tarantula. And so it's just too difficult. It's not fair to the other residents to open them up to that. However, the CMHA has programs, they don't have themselves, but they are in contact with places that offer fostering. So, if a woman has to come into Karen's Place for 2 years to get herself back on her feet, her cat can be fostered, her dog can be fostered. I don't know about the tarantula. But in the end, we determined that we just couldn't allow for pets. And I think that's a pretty standardized idea.
Too many problems that come along.
Yeah.
Yes. There have been ideas brought forward that maybe perhaps we should get a resident cat or dog. We're not doing that yet. We'll just...
Well, let's hope you don't.
Fish. We'll start with a fish.
Yes. Again, that whole concept of walking before running.
I think we're going to start with some plants.
Yes.
We don't have any of those yet, but we'll get some.
What are you going to do with someone who, like the mental health people will help you very much, but there will be some people who just cannot commit to community living.
Yep.
You know, and
Yes.
that will cause much more difficulty than you're able to handle.
Yes. So that will be handled by the CMHA. Again, that's why we brought them in. They're the experts. What they'll probably do is remove that person from the house and put her in a more appropriate home. It might have fewer people in it. It might have higher supports in it. And that's the glory of the CMHA. They have so many various programs and houses already established that if that person isn't working well in our house, we won't be tossing her out to the street. She will be brought to another facility that's more fitting for what she's going through at the time.
Well, since you were talking about university and that
Yes.
we've all lived in a university complex where there was always one person, and it wasn't that they were necessarily wanting to boot them out. They didn't make for good karma.
Yes.
The whole place was
Yes.
They do need to be a fit. They need to fit.
and that's not going to be the easiest thing when
No.
you have women who have been on the street,
Yes.
independent.
They don't trust
Yes.
a whole lot of people.
No. To that, though, I do say challenge accepted. You know, we've got to take these tough cases, and you know, if we can just crack that shell, it might be from some long ago hurt that caused her to shelter herself away from others. And if we can wear away at that, if we can even be successful with one person, and show them that you know that they can do this, then we'll be successful. So we will try everything we can.
And that's where the cooking together, doing some crafts, bringing the activities in, will get them working, you know, learning to share, learning to communicate with others.
Plus, all of the women will be chosen by the CMHA, and so they'll have that in mind. They'll know that they need to live communally. What we're offering is just a place where just older women are, because in all the various homes that I went to visit, there was always an older person that just broke my heart. Holly's House is a place in London that offers a refuge for prostitutes. They bring them off the street, they rehabilitate them, and they hopefully keep them off the street. In and amongst these ladies was an 83-year-old. She was homeless, she was very vulnerable, and these women on the street had taken her under their wing, and when Holly's House was established, she came along with them. And God bless them for it. Another house had two women in their 70s. They had been displaced, you know, they were widowed, they didn't have the resources to maintain the house that they had, and they had to leave until things finally dwindled to the point where they were homeless. They were in a house with, well, for lack of a better word, it was rowdy. There were women in their 30s, they were coming and going, and just the variety of ages, while it can sometimes bring good things, it's also very hard when you just want a little bit of peace and quiet. And that's what we really hope to offer Karen's Place. We don't want it to be a silent house by any means. We want the community to come in. We want to have involvement. We want to make things enjoyable for them. But we also want it to be a place where older people can just relax and settle. Any other questions? Or now, I say this to everyone that comes through the house. This is going to fester in your brain for the next few days. You're going to be thinking about it. It might be a day or two when you're making soup or doing something, and you'll go, oh, I should tell Mona to do this. Please do. It only makes the program better. It gives us more ideas. It gives us more thought. It gives us more of a conversation. And so, again, I welcome you to email me. Come forward. I'll give you my cell number. Whatever way you'd like to contact us, come visit us. I'd love your suggestions. I think that the more, the better the program it will be, and the better able we will be to serve these women and provide that chance at a successful life. Yes?
What can we do?
Well, you can volunteer if you'd like. We're always looking for non-perishable food. Your prayers mean a lot. I'm a firm believer in prayer. support in many ways. Maybe at Christmas time, a number of you could come in and we could do a night of music. You have beautiful voices. I sat back listening to everyone thinking, wow, how can you not smile when you're hearing this? How nice would it be to fill the house with that music? So from time to time, maybe groups could come in for an evening and just have an evening of fellowship. Come in, break bread, spend some time with us. Just come in and say hello, have a chat. So, and anything else. Again, because this is a new project, the sky's the limit. So as we've had people come in, they've had ideas of how they could give, their time or their talent, and we welcome it all.
The one thing that we have is we're all gray hair.
Yes.
So it's not like these women are not going to have similarities to us.
Yes.
You do not have gray hair.
Only because I color it.
Yeah, color.
We would put in plus
Yes.
talk about things
Yes.
that they are aware of. If they're the City of London people,
Yes.
then we can talk about the Western Fair.
Yes.
We can talk about Victoria Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about South Street, or,
Yes.
we have those memories.
Yes.
There are people here from Strathroy, there are people here from St. Mary's, from Lambton.
Yes.
So you're going to have those same kind, all that one-room school.
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
But the teacher or the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a connection.
It's a connection, and that might be the only thing they have is their memories.
Yes.
Because everything else
Yes. And maybe it's time to bring back those good older memories. Yes. I think the more fellowship they receive, the better. Yes. Yes. I think there was a hand up. No? Oh, yes.
Are you looking for a piano?
We don't have anywhere to put it. A little, maybe
Upright pianos are hard to get rid of.
They are. They are.
Yeah.
No, if we had like a smaller keyboard or something, that might be good. But the way the house is set up, we just don't have a spot for the
we could
piano.
never get it up the stairs.
No, no.
Because it's the rounded.
I think my family would actually desert me if I asked them to move a piano. I have 2 young sons with trucks, and they've
And our
been all
husbands
over.
have been good,
Yes,
too.
they've been all over southwestern Ontario, picking up beds, picking up tables, and so they hesitate when I call them now because they know it's yes, Mom. What do you need? So those beds that you saw on the 3rd level, they were brought up by all of us, by our husbands, by our kids, by us. We made it a community project. This is bigger than any one person. And the more the merrier. I cannot say that enough. Yes?
So Jackie just mentioned taking furniture up the stairs.
Yeah.
So the women would all have to be completely moved.
Yes.
That is the one downfall to this house. It's not accessible. So they do have to be, yes, they have to be able to do stairs. We have my office, which can be converted into a bedroom on the main level, should need be. If someone who's living there has an injury to her knee or her hip or something. So we do have the capability to make a makeshift bedroom, a temporary bedroom. Unfortunately, the others will have to travel those stairs. But that's not necessarily a bad thing either. It'll encourage exercise. We've had a number of women come forward offering yoga classes, exercise programs, and we're saying yes to all of it. Bring them in and see who takes an interest. Maybe a woman who's never done yoga before, finally, it might take her a few months to warm up to it, but she might start and she might discover something that works for her.
Chair yoga. We'll do it in the chairs.
Yep. Baby steps. Yes. Yes. All right. Well, thank you very much. I know that was a long time for you to sit and listen to us. And I could go on and on all day about Karen's Place and all the ideas we have and the things we want to accomplish. But I am.
Yeah,
Yes.
come talk to us,
Yes. Yes. Come and speak to us. Our door is always open too. You just have to call me first so that I can let you in. But we welcome everyone. We honestly do. We think that these women will just have a better time. Their lives will be enriched more and more with each person that comes in the door. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Oh. Oh, thank you. These knees.
I know. Ladies, I want to thank you all. Today, the offering was over $700. And that offering is going to Karen's place. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much.
That's good to do it first.
And once again, I can say people are good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And cash is never tried.
No, it's not.
Mona, thank you
Oh, thank you.
for recognizing, seeing the need, caring, and sharing all of your gifts and skills.
Thank you.
And Jesus calls us to look after our brothers and our sisters, and you are
Yes.
doing that, and will be,
Thank
and
you.
we wish you the very best.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Somebody
that's
has gifted something.
beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you very much. This not only will warm her body, it will warm her heart as it does ours. So thank you so much.
A rather hard act to follow, but I have grace. Let us bow our heads together. Dear God, we thank you for all the blessings that we have already received today. We were able to come to this place this morning to be with old friends and make new ones. We are enjoying the program so thoughtfully prepared by Mary and her committee. We have enough money that we can give an offering to help others. Now we are about to partake of a wonderful lunch prepared by the women and men of this church family. We ask you to bless this food today and that you be with all of those who are not as fortunate as we are. Amen.
That's all we can do. That's all we've been doing. Phone's ringing in the wrong key. Oh, yes.
That can happen in shops.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Just so you know, that camera is this Here's Keisha.
There's Stacia right there. Yeah.
She's abandoning art. Here it is. I do that before I go to church on Sunday. Very good. So it works. How are you making out? Good. Now, we're gonna change the order.
I don't think. We're not doing canon and D.
I don't know.
Oh. I thought I heard somebody say that. I don't know why we wouldn't.
And Nora's the younger of the two.
I thought it was summer.
She's 53. Right on. She's had probably 4 or 5. Yeah.
Okay, I'm pulling.
My husband asked me to do what?
Well, I thought good.
Is there any changes in what we actually paid alongside the shirt? Somebody's got a hard hand.
Yeah, I thought I heard somebody saying no canon and D.
Oh, really? We like that.
Yes, well, I know. So. I don't have anything to say.
You just tell us your name. That's all you can say with Bell's first name.
I know, so there's 15.
Have you been in Bellfire before?
So, this is,
Yes, and you've only been with us since April.
that's all May, June. Been there driving.
Anything else we can do? Are we okay?
Yeah, but the 100% cotton ones were horrible.
For recording the
I had so many shirts for my husband. He was a teacher, and so the first 20 years that he taught, it was a shirt, a tie, the whole. Huh? It was. My sister-in-law, she loves to iron. She just loves, she irons everything. She still does. She's 83.
Wow.
She still irons everything. Yes. And she's still doing it to this day. I don't think I can.
One to your right, just pull back a little bit so the lines are not.
This one? Yes.
Point across, like the
Yeah, that's better than it's little. I mean,
actually up there and here. You said first five. That's better. That even that's better. Yeah.
When my bells are here, they're usually here.
Yeah.
So how did you end up in one?
30.
Yeah, we will. Oh, no, that's too long.
My dad used to be
That's too long.
and
A 30-minute drive.
yeah, that was sure. We had lunch.
On a Sunday morning, it's like. I think you want to go away with a short sermon. I kind of get lost in.
I'm up there to get called.
It's really good. And I watched it when you're doing hymns, favorite hymns service on the 30th.
So anyway, 26th of May. And she's from Manitoba. That was my first posting.
No, but it's your family.
London was my first. I grew up here, came here in Scott. No, there's one's in Halifax area, one's in Shaw.
Oh, not too far. Sarah sent me. See that cousin up with me at the Cologne. She has 2 children. And made it into both of them to Vancouver.
Oh boy, it's a long way away.
It's really wonderful because
Is that going to be okay? Or do you better here?
2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's like they're cut some music. Oh. And then your friends. Your daughter. And she's just really, of course, whoever took that picture right now happens to be on Vancouver, which is the strangest thing. Hello there. We missed you. When? At lunch. Yeah? I was going through, okay.
Yeah.
And we had Jello notice there.
I would have had Jello.
Oh, there's Jello.
Later, oh, it's so good. Nice Jello. I think so. I don't know. It was really good. Well, green was done by old. No, I didn't have that. I like that. I would like green. It's only Monday. Yes, I did. Thank you so much. Very careful. Oh, yeah. By there and then Thursday. The first layer, I'll chop it this way. Now, you cool your jello down to that point where it's still pouring, but it won't mix with the lower layer. You've got your cream is sweet cream. And then cream cheese. Oh, is there? Oh, yeah. White. Cool.
Well, you could walk right across.
I could.
You know, we could even get across there with it.
But ideally, it'd be nice.
We want me to do it.
Well, just to come up to the top.
Actually, I'm the last.
Yeah, we'll be playing. Scott will be playing God. I'll look at you. I'll stand over here.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Well,
You know what's gonna happen is it's gonna pick up your bells.
Yeah.
These bells right here. You're not gonna pick up everything else. It's just gonna pick up these bells.
So we have like two.
Bring those microphones
Way.
I'll just have it here.
And you don't want to hear us.
Yeah, like we normally hear the whispering also, like counting the beats. Like we hear the whispering.
Yes. You don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
It's not always whispered.
Yeah.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2.
Sometimes you feel like a word that comes out is not necessarily a church word. Now you might want to move it back.
Way behind hands. That's very sensitive.
Yeah, this one.
So I can't see it either.
Like we have like the direction to like capture the sound.
Oh, I know where it is.
So if
You
I
start
put
mouthing off, I'll just put it
yeah,
louder.
If I go on round, like it picks up the whole surround.
Good.
But right now it's on cardioid, so it picks.
That sounds good. So we're going to do processional. Are you going to be handy?
Yeah.
Good. If you're handy, then perhaps, because they want to go on, and then just here. Second thing, they're introducing themselves. So that's good enough for that, yes?
Yeah, but I do have like 2 of them here, so I'll just have everything. It's like if it's volume,
You might want to sit back
boost
for
it up.
those are like, yes.
I'm used to being where you are, so I haven't played in quite a while.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine. I'll wait until the other ladies.
We don't want your
are there.
eardrums vibrating.
To see what they think.
Yeah. And you know how to play?
I haven't played
I'd like to switch places.
since before COVID, no.
We messed up. I get very nervous.
Practice. Well, it wasn't that COVID did anything, we lost our pianist, and she was our bell director as well. So, for a couple of Christmases, we had her come play while we played so we could tape something, but we just haven't gotten back.
Yeah, it's hard when you step away like
So
that.
do you want to
get
do
it
the
going.
processional?
Yeah.
There you are, Wendy.
So what,
I
how
thought
many
I was missing one.
players do you generally have?
Well, I think right now we're probably at 3 or 4.
That's kind of tough.
Back there?
Back
there.
maybe.
Okay.
Except for Ann.
Oh, processional, okay, thank you.
Processional.
Processional. Come on, Jackie, lift that off there.
We'll do the processional and go into Loch Lomond.
Okay, and
Ann,
we're coming up the sides, half and half?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Jackie and Sharon, right? The leaders, so. And Ann,
How come you all are only
right
carrying one
after
bell?
that, we're going into whatever we're going into.
Where are we going? Just there, follow the leader.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering how come no gloves?
Yeah, I know, eh?
Some of us just don't get dressed all the time. made it a little more efficient.
Did you fix it? Okay.
2. Yes, all right, thank you.
Okay, we're right into Loch Lomond. Okay, Ann, I didn't get started right. I didn't either. I guess I always wait for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3 plan. Is that not what I did?
I thought so.
Oh, sorry,
I missed it.
I'm gonna stand right here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Got it? Yeah. And then Ann will come in. Okay, Ann, you were fine. You were all ready. Didn't have any problems. Thank you, Tony, for taking that one.
Are we okay as far as?
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. No, is that right? Am I saying the right thing? Thank you. So let's go to, what was it? Over the river, was it? Is that what you? The rose. Oh, the rose, the rose. We're gonna just do some things that you want to feel more comfortable with, okay?
So which one are we starting with? The rose or over the rainbow?
Wendy, what did you say, hon?
I didn't say anything.
Did you say over the rainbow? Was it you, Anna?
Me.
Over the rainbow? The rose.
The rose.
The rose is first right now.
This is
Not ready.
No, just a minute.
Okay.
One. Wait. No, you go first.
Oh,
You might want to protect your ears.
let's
Sit
start
this
at
close.
14. 14. I'm going to yell out some notes. Okay, okay. I'm not as close as I usually am. So we'll try my smoke. Bells out. It'll be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, play. Your pickup to 15. CD over the bass.
End of
14, but it's just the pickup one.
Sorry, just to
Okay,
pick up at 14?
just the pickup at 14 to 50. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, play. C. And you each have a bell that I can use. These two? I don't know when it starts, but I thought we were having a chance to rehearse. But anyway. What do you have there? I don't have us start. Well, I didn't do it. Okay, I think we're going to have to move. Okay, that's it. There's something going on right now. Okay. Well, we need to take our... We got 10 minutes? Okay, let's go to this one. We're going to go over the rainbow and then we're done. Over the rainbow and we're done. Bells up. One, two, three, and play.
afternoon, ladies. I'm back. Okay, we're going to start with a couple songs. Linda, we're changing the order. So please be kind. Anyway, we're going to start with I've Got Peace Like a River. Number 577 in Voices United. quite awesome to work with him. And there was a young man that came and sang one Sunday, and he decided he wanted to sing this song. And I think everybody thought he'd maybe do 2 verses. And he got to the end of the 2nd verse, and he says, I know them all. We couldn't understand what he was singing, because his verbal skills were not that good, but boy, it really taught us something, you know, that he could sing that, and he had taken the time to learn that and prepare it for us. Anyway, so every time I get a little teary-eyed when I hear this
Good. Well, hello, everybody. And wasn't that a grand lunch? Something else. So, good. And anyway, I'm up here to try and tell you a little bit, and I think you've probably read about it before, but it's real. And for one of the things being, it's going to relate some news from National, UCW, this way. So, and one of the main things from National is keeping in touch. Now, this magazine has been rather light in the past few years, sometimes a little bit heavy, but this one's a real loader here, this one is. They've got all kinds of information in, and I think some of you should have received this by your email. So, but I'm hearing some didn't. Pardon? Oh, well, tell us to be quiet. Anyway, so what I've done is I've printed some up, but it's not for everybody because I figure some of you have it already. So what I'm going to do is pass this around. You decide yourself, like if you're in groups or something and you didn't get them, take one and share it and whatever. There's, oops, dear, sorry. And do you mind picking this up for me? Thank you, and just pass it around to some groups. Yeah, and just so everybody has a copy of this, you can print it out later or something like that if you need more information from it. But it's got a ton of stuff in there. And I think the editors really went to work this time and put a lot of stuff through it. Mm-hmm.
If you have it and you want a copy of it, I have a copy, and if you want to sign, you give me your email, I will put you on the list to send it. I have sent it out to Elgin and Essex and Langton and Kent. Yeah. But if you didn't get it, if you give me your email, I will send it this afternoon, like after tonight, so you'll have it tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Linda. Yeah, it's. I thought this was going to develop a lot of muscles if I built one for everybody, but I was sure you have one already. You just need to get your computer working. I think it should be there. Anyhow, so now we're going to talk about our 5-year project that happens here, and that's been happening for longer than I can remember or know about. And I know we've each year there's usually lots of enthusiasm and sort of thing. So and it shows we're really concerned about other people's having a better lifestyle, coming a little closer to what we have of our own. One of these first 5-year projects, I'm going to mention it because one of the masters is here, or is she still here, I think? And you know, I've forgotten her name, but she's the master seamstress, and I don't see her. Yeah, I don't know if she's from here, but she was sitting in the group earlier. She was with us in the group. And the first 5-year project was Dolls for Hope, or poverty dolls, or however we call them. And she was a great designer in building the dresses for Anne. Another Anne. We got an Anne Society going here, I think. There she is. Yes, great. And you can correct me anything you want here, but I'm not going to say too much about that because I got too much of a yarn to go here. But anyway, between Laurel Kenny and Linda Woods and the seamstress, Anne, putting these things together, it was something else. They arranged to have like administrative within a community would each be getting a doll so that when they're making up all their rules and legislations, they would think of these children that definitely need help. And maybe they would design their laws in accordance to that. And anyway, so then they thought, well, we got to go higher than that. So then we got to go to the Parliament of Ontario, make up a batch for that group, and I don't know, what is it, 150 or something dolls for that, and 300 for Ontario. I know it was 300 for Ottawa. Yeah, something like that. And then got Ontario done, then we went to Ottawa. I went with them on Ontario, and this is an unbelievable system. This is well-designed piece of machinery that put this together. But they had to do a lot of discussing with Parliament people to, even just getting into the building was a challenge. So anyway, and thank you again very much to this. Thank you, Laurel. You did a great job. I think Laurel's watching us with live stream today. So, and thanks to Anne as well too. And Linda, if she gets the message. And then that was the year. Then after that year, we did Women for Change. And it was Zambia. And our monies would go there to help to educate the children, and particularly the girls, because girls always usually get left behind when it comes to things like this. And so it was designated towards girls instead. So for education and health care and increasing their status within the community. When you're educated a bit, you kind of know a little better between what's right and wrong. And there's a few things with lack of education, you can be told a yarn of anything and lose a lot of your precious body that should not be dealt with that way. And I think we have made a total of $126,000 in that effort alone. Sort of thing. So that was a very good, helpful. So thank you very much. The Dolls of Hope wasn't a financial, wasn't a financial donation. Basically, it was to impress upon the people as to what their message was. We've got to take care. We've got to have things to look after the old people, or not the old people, the poor people. I've got to get my tongue too tied up here. So, anyway. So then we moved on into the next project this year. So again, I find some information from National UCW, and this is why it's a pretty good idea to maybe to get in an executive position, because you might have an opportunity to go to the National AGM, which is coming up in a couple of months. So, so if you're presented the question, don't wait for the question. Volunteer. Say, I think I can do that job. Okay? And you can. Believe me, I haven't got a lot of skills for this sort of thing, but it's sure been a wonderful trip for me. So anyway, now I've got something here. Oh, I think I've got it on the wrong page already. Our 5-year national was... as I said, the Healing Fund. And so a wonderful lady by the name of, and I'll put this out a little bit too, is Joni Shawana. And I think she's Indigenous. And I think she comes from, it's her there, and from Manitoulin Island. And that was her bringing up as a childhood. But then she went to Toronto and got into more things there as far as education and so forth. This Healing Fund was established in 1994. Are you hearing me? Let me know. And it provides grants to support healing initiatives for survivors of the residential school. Now, that wasn't a nice thing to happen, and guess what? I think a lot of us are kind of responsible for that. And its ongoing intergenerational impacts on children, families, and communities. Many name a need for mending, restoring, and celebrating a sense of loss, along with hope for a rebuilding identity. Indigenous communities create healing, culture, and our language projects. And the Healing Fund, the Healing Programs Working Group together, Joni took on a great project of looking into this sort of thing as to what all happens with that. So she set up a couple papers. Actually, at National, she had 3 choices for us to do, but the group decided we would do this one. Now, healing program, or the Healing Fund, is not new to us because we've had that since 1994. And our own churches, when you have a mission and service fund in there, so a portion of that goes to the Healing Fund. But considering I guess is what was felt, that a lot of things were not moving along as rapidly as possibly it could be. So anyway, so this is what we went. And so support for the Healing Fund is movement towards living out the United Church's apology to Indigenous peoples. Let's see, in 1986, and the apology to former students of United Church Indian residential schools and to their families and communities. And that was in 98. So the Healing Fund is made possible by your donations to the mission and service of the church. Now, guest speaker Joni Shawana, Healing Fund Program Coordinator, and she will expand on the program descriptions, activities, and criteria and expectations and outcomes and initiatives currently seeking support through the fund. And as I said before, she was born in Manitoulin and unceded reserve there, and moved to Toronto to enhance education, health, and employment. She still has a strong connection with family and community back home. In the urban Toronto, Joni is very well involved with the urban Indigenous community at various capacities, from board of directors, youth shelters, and housing support and cultural program developed for Indigenous families. Joni has joined United Church of Canada in June of 22 as a Healing Fund coordinator within the Indigenous Ministries and Justice Unit. And in this role, she continues to network with Indigenous communities and their healing journeys, but by providing support towards healing program that focus on the trauma streaming from the residential schools. Excuse me a minute. I gotta get a little water into this throat. Now, with all that, some of us are a little doubtful as what's really happening. And what I found that, oh, wait a minute, what? Yeah. Now, there was something, in 2019, we had our AGM here at this church, and we invited Reverend Dr. Eileen Antone to be the guest speaker, and her husband, Grafton, came with her, and as well, Grafton has recently deceased, and I'm rather sad about that. So anyhow, Eileen is active in the United Long-Term Care and member of the Elder Circle and an Oneida Church Board of member of All Native Conference. She's a chief in her council. Now, she works with language and so forth. Now, one of the things she has an importance of giving thanks, and how, whenever they meet, they give thanks for a number of things. Each person, to the Creator, Mother Earth, for water. Without water, there's no life. For animals in the water, for plants, especially maples, for medicinal plants to heal the body, for birds, especially eagles, because they fly higher and farther than any other bird and are a symbol of strength. She was given an eagle feather by the elders when she got to her degree. And it was a great honor. Grandmothers who carry on the traditions and customs. and sun, moon, and stars who provide guidance. Now, Eileen became a teacher and felt there was something lacking in the education. She came to understand that she needed to teach some of the Oneida learning to complete the circle of education. She was encouraged by an elder of the community to learn about her native culture. She explained the wampum bells. This is very important. The importance they represent. They show a belief that all people are equal. Only the Creator is overall, and we must treat each other with equality, respect, and friendship. Okay, and I think that was all I sort of picked out from that one right now. Yes?
In the interest of time, I'm wondering if you can tell us about the current UCW project.
The current?
Yes, the current UCW national project.
That's what this is. Yeah, this is what, I'm sorry if I maybe didn't clarify that well enough, but this is the Healing Fund, and that's what's been taken on as trying to do something with that. And at this point, yes, you can send in, there's a definite place you can send to national, you send it to the United Church of Canada, and of course, and oh shoot, I had that address nice and handy here. Now what did I do with it? But anyway, and we can find that, and that goes for these different things that I'm mentioning here. Okay. Now, if you want to do some extra projects with that, oh wait a minute, there's one thing. The amount of gifts received to the Healing Fund from UCW members at this point, April 19th actually, is $5,077.60. And throughout the spring of 23 Healing Fund revenue, our Healing Fund working group focused on our agreement that allows these gifts to support Indigenous women, children, and groups, and family. Programming that focuses on the healing of intergenerational trauma affected by the United Residential Schools. Now that thing did a really mean how do you call it, insult to the children. It really degraded them as being human beings. So anyway. There's one project, and you might want to get interested in this, and it's Regina, that's, Regina, Saskatchewan, no, yes, Saskatchewan, yes. The Native Outreach Ministries there, as a project supported by UCW of their mother and baby welcoming bag. Now, this is a bag full, good-sized bag, and maybe shoulder strap on or something like that. But it has a lot of the goodies in for a young woman that has just birthed a child, and for her and for her baby. So I'm sure most of us have experienced that, and some of the things that would really be joyful to receive from someone else. So they make up a bag like this and presented it to the mother and their baby, sort of thing. So that has it seems to be working out quite well. I have enough time here. No, I guess I'm not. But I can work it, so there's a list of things. But you probably know, being a mother, you probably know some of the goodies a mother would like. And back in our age, when we were a mother, we didn't have these things, so we made do with a lot of things to suffice what the situation demanded, sort of thing. So that was good. Okay, so we can get more information on that. Let's see, what else was there? There's some other little thing. Oh, dear. Okay, but I've got one powerful thing I can't just leave behind here, because this happened at First St. Andrews and United Church in London, just across the ways a little bit there. And Laurel Kinney and Nancy Quinn worked together, and they contacted, what's his name? they contacted Brandon Dockstader, and I'll put this on here too, so it's easier so you can see him, sort of thing. And he's, let's see, I think I put, oh dear, I got my notes very disorganized here, but that was not good. And anyhow, and he is also, he went to Saunders Secondary School, and then he's learned into engineering and some other things as well, which puts him in a good scope for kind of knowing what he's talking about. So it was a good speech he had for us. And anyhow, and what did I do? I lost my master note here. Anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read this because Nancy made it up for me and put it on here. Then that was on the 1st of May, and the UCW women put on luncheon there for us and introduced this fella to us. And so that was very good. They made a community lunch, and I think they had pretty close to 100 people come to that. I forget the exact number. And the speaker, Brandon Dockstader, and he's elected as the counselor of United Nations of the Oneida Nation of the Thames. And Brandon spoke energetically and in detail, aided by powerful point slides about his people's history and their challenges in getting across getting access to clean water. This spring, they were promised that, let's see, as $43 million was finally approved by the federal government for a pipeline from Lake Huron to the Oneida community to the south of London. Actually, I think they're going through the services of Mount Bridges, the town of Mount Bridges, and using some of that link to get to the lake. And now, one of the first things that Brandon had said, before anything is said, respect must be given to, as we did here, to the land, acknowledge the land, as we did here, and then prayers come after that. So he opened with a prayer that our minds might be one. We listened and we learned. Our focus was on education and fellowship. This was not a fundraiser. It was $25 a plate of lunch, and that basically covered the cost of the lunch. And but what he was basically telling us what was happening and what was going on. And Brandon opened with that. Our minds might be one. And we listened and we learned, and our focus was on education and fellowship, and this was not a fundraiser. Brandon gave an important homage to water in opening his discussion. Water is a sacrificed force. Water is the beginning. Water is sovereignty, and water is life. And they sold over 100 tickets at $25 each, and for this memorable event, within our own church and to attendees from over 12 area churches, everyone, men and women, are welcome. Our heartfelt thanks to the over 24 UCW members assisted ably by our First St. Andrew's Church family, who helped with getting posters out to area churches and setting up and preparing the logistics of the lunch, and for welcoming well in the day of the event. We enjoyed a half-hour time of fellowship before the starting, and then the scrumptious lunch, and then after that, Linda Arthur and Village Catering prepared the lunch. I'm sorry, that's not after, that was lunch. Our tireless FCA president, Laurel Kenny, coordinated and the organizing of May 1st. And with Laura was planning to come, but she couldn't make it. With the help of the UCW executive in May 1st event was inspired by the National UCW Special 5-year project. And we're running from, she mentioned here 23 to 28, but actually it's 22 to 27 is that 5-year period that we're working on that sort of thing. Now, okay, we can do that. So,
This is a very exciting time for me because I've come back into getting busy with our group here of UCW women, and it really is exciting. And I'm in spite of everything, and I know everybody is anxious to get going and hear this beautiful music. They're from my church, and I can tell you right now that they are very good, and especially good because of their leader, Anne. And Anne, so that's all I'm going to say. I just had to come up and make sure everybody knew that that was my church. And so I hope you enjoy it as much as we do.
I haven't been given the mic, so I'll just yell like I listen to my kids. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This means so much to us. We haven't been going that long, and then COVID started with us, so it's been really great to keep going. And thank you, Linda, wherever you are. Thank you. Thank you. our song. That's who we belong to. Mainly because if you've ever been to Dutton or Glencoe or West Lorne or Shedden, pretty much all the roads are named from Scotland. And you can go right to Glencoe with that too. So we had a little bit of trouble with Talbot. He just didn't like the Scots. He was too English. So he kept all the Irish. He kept all the Irish people and the good stuff. You land on the lake, you land, there's your place. You can just go over there. But with the Scots people, he sent them back to the Thames River. It was a long way in those days, carts and all. But anyway, that's our signature piece. Thank you for having us here, and we're ready to go. Any of the hymns that we play, if you'd like to come along, if you'd like to sing the words, that's great. Okay?
Start this again.
Are we doing the same piece? Yeah. Tell me the stories of Jesus. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go all the way to 6, sorry. Thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Play. Here you go. Thank
Aisha. This is my second year in Bells. I really like the group and the way that it's changing. Well, in the beginning, it was COVID, so we all wore masks, which I could chew gum and keep beats. Now we don't wear masks, but I still chew gum. We've also added some new instruments to the group. Tony plays the trumpet, and we have all sorts of instruments that we play, or that other people play. Ann's challenged us on new techniques this year. Sharon and John, they faithfully provide the bells for us. Everyone has stepped up, and as they're able, that we help set up and break down. We're just really, really fortunate to be such a part of such a wonderful, awesome group. And thank you guys for having us.
Anna?
Hi, I'm Anna Hofsky. I have been part of this group of ringers for almost 2 years. I live in St. Thomas and travel every Saturday morning to Dutton for practice. I have been welcomed by everyone in the group and in the Dunwich United Church when we play for their church services. I played in the First United Church handbells in St. Thomas many years ago and wasn't sure my aged brain could handle it. But with Anne's patience and the group's patience, it has come back to me. I am very grateful for this opportunity.
Wendy?
Hi, I'm Wendy. I've been with the group pre-COVID, and my favorite saying, one of my favorite sayings is make a joyful noise. And with this group, we have come so far in making that noise. We have a wonderful leader who inspires us every time we meet, not only about music, but about being a group. And we have really come together in being a group, and we share each other's joys along with each other's sorrows. And that, to me, when we laugh together, that's the joyful noise.
I have no idea what to say.
We're not done yet.
I know.
That's up.
Right from Anne's, right into Faith in our Promise. No pause at all here? No pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then bells. Right?
For the invitation to be here and play our bells. I know some of you are wondering, why just one male person? Well, I enjoy playing the bells and enjoy music in general. I would like to thank all these ladies of Dunwich Highland Bell Ringers for allowing me to be part of this wonderful group and helping me out from time to time. Ringers and allowing me to play along with them. I play the C and I play the C sharp. That's C4. And I also play the D and the D sharp. Once again, thank you for your warm welcome. Please enjoy the bells.
My name is Ann Morski, and I enjoy being part part of the bell choir with Dunwich Denton, and they also let me play the cello, so I'm happy about that, and yeah, I'm happy to be here, so thank you for inviting us.
My name's Jackie, and I too joined the choir. Oh, he can't hear me? My God, that's a first. That's an absolute first. Hi, my name's Jackie, and I too joined bells pre-COVID. These people, they're a great bunch of people to play bells with. We have a lot of fun. And as I'm sure you've noticed, we all play our own bell, and the one that I find that's very challenging is the F and G. At this point in the program, I'd like to take the opportunity on behalf of our group to thank Anne. Anne is a teacher, she's a mentor, and she's our friend. Anne teaches us patience. It comes together, guys. You're going to get it. It's not a problem. She teaches us to believe in ourselves, especially when we play 3/4 time.
Or
Sometimes 6/8. And she challenges us to read music, to read its dynamics, and then put them all into effect. And then when we do it, Anne has a little jump and a little giggle, and she just grins ear to ear. So thank you, Anne. We know that you care. Where we're at today is because you brought us here. and I hope the rest of you have something good to say. I didn't expect anyone to talk about me. I thought they'd talk about the bells. You have to realize that we learned a little bit from a bell group, and then we went together. I have background in music. I'm not used to doing this too much, and I never played a handbell before. Thank you to Joan Bolam from Salvation Army in London, who came out. We have connections, and she came out when we found out that, and this is going to be explained later, right? Yes. Found out about the bells. I'll just leave it to Sharon because it's a big story and it's a beautiful one. So Joan came out and gave us how many weeks? Was it 8?
Yes, something like that.
Something like eight. And I really enjoyed learning to play the bells. I really did. And then Joan said, okay, you're ready for your leader. And everybody looked at me. I had as much knowledge of bells as they did. So I think that has been what has brought us together, that we've learned together, we supported one another. So that's exactly what everybody says. We support one another. If you hear somebody counting or giving a measure, that's what you do when you're in a group. And that's why the bells sound so beautiful. Are you ready now? Okay. It's going to get to 8 notes instead of quarters and halves. So just be ready for that. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4. Ready, play now. No. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2. You're going to get 4 counts in there. Go for it. I'll get you going. 1, go. And 2 and 3. 4. Here you go. 8.
Would you explain a little of the notation? Do they have the melody plus their own part? Or is it just the notes
Depending
they
on the
play?
person that has composed it,
Yes.
it moves back and forth. So
Yes.
you are hearing the melody, sometimes
Yes.
upper and sometimes
But do
middle.
they have it on their music?
Oh, yes.
The melody plus their own notes?
Yes.
Marked it on their music?
So,
Oh, okay.
thank you. Thank you.
With lots of highlights.
Music's very colorful. Yes. Oh, I get happy and question.
Sharp.
That's what it looks like.
But a lot of it, I can, yes, just like I can play on piano.
And then, when you music them, or play with the baton, or a hammer, and let it roll, how does that show up on the script?
That would be some kind of a little, have you played the piano?
Yes.
Staccato. So something like a staccato, something like an arrow up or an arrow down, or something to that effect, or actually the word sometimes.
Tells you how to play each bell.
Yes, good question.
You're ready
Hey,
for bells.
Sharon.
Okay.
We're going to hear about our bells right now.
So I am Sharon Mannering, and I play D5 and E5. And if you play the piano, those are just above C, which is right here to my left. And this is not my first rodeo. I have played in a couple of other handbell choirs, but I am still learning, and I make lots of mistakes, as you can see by the grimaces on my face. When I make a mistake, it's like, oh, I did it again. So I was able to get this 3-set octave of bells back in 2019. As Anne has indicated, we started out borrowing a set of bells for about 8 weeks. And then I heard about this set of bells. This set was, I'm going to really try hard not to cry. This set of bells was a family treasure by the Lerone family up in Renfrew, which is near Ottawa. Lyle Lerone, and this is in the bio, if you read the bio, Lyle Lerone was left money by her mother 30 years ago. She bought this set of bells and everything that went with it. Lyle has passed away. The family hung on to the bells for a couple of years, and then they thought, really? Why are we doing this? So they interviewed people to become the custodians of the bells. They interviewed my husband, John, and me. We must have passed, because we were able to bring the bells home with us. The bells, even though our choir's name is the Dunwich Highland Ringers, the bells are called Marjorie's High Notes, in memory of Lyle Rome's mother from 30 years ago when they were purchased. Our ringers have all given generously. We needed pads, because you can't just bang these on the table, you'd break them. We needed gloves, we needed new binders, and the whole choir has been contributing to that. And the bells actually, when we are done today, they're going off for a little TLC, so that when we come back in September, they will all ring properly. We have some bells at the far end and that end that don't ring properly because they're seized up. So our 3 sets of bells come in 4 very heavy cases, and I want to thank hubby John. John is our roadie. He does our toting and carrying, and he makes sure that everything is where we need it, when we need it. John, we couldn't do it without you. That's right. And it's a good thing we can laugh at ourselves. As you have noticed, we laugh. We've come a long way since January or February of 2019. And we help each other out. You've seen us sharing bells up and down. We laugh at each other. If we get lost, we count out loud so that people beside us can hear it. If we make a mistake, we go. And we learn by counting out loud. You've heard us counting out loud, and you know, we started out with 4/4 time music. The first few pieces were 4/4 time, so think march music. Yeah. And then our wonderful director introduced us to 3/4 time, so think waltz. And we had a couple of people who were doing this when we were playing, so that we could keep time. But we still count, and we count out loud. And all I can say is, I love you guys.
My name is Lynn, and I started at the beginning of the handbells, and Anna and I went to school together, so when I went in to ask about it, I thought, oh, she knows I'm not musically inclined, I don't know her. But anyway, she's very, very good, and I enjoy it a lot. One thing, if you ever get down on a Saturday morning and you come to the United Church when we're practicing, every piece will be perfect. practice. I really enjoy it, and I enjoy being with this group. We're like a family now.
My name's Rose, and I've been with the handbell choir from the beginning as well. These are the masks that we wore when that station made during COVID, so that we could all play together. And I as well, Anne's a bosom buddy of mine as well. And we went to high school together. She was much older than me, but I do remember her from high school. So, and I enjoy this. I enjoy the handbells very much. I never felt like sick so much in my life.
And I'm back again.
The next piece, I hope that you will enjoy by participating in it. I don't mean by saying anything. I only mean by your mind. And you will image images. This is a piece that maybe some of you have heard. If you have kids that play the piano and their friend comes over and it's never played the same way, and you might find that happens today. But the most important thing I want you to think about is this. When I first looked at the music, there's a part in it that is very high, and you'll just enjoy it. You might even jump the first time. I think it happens 5 times. I'm not looking at the people who play it, because then that would give it away. So I thought, that sounds like an alarm clock. And knowing how often Chopsticks was played differently, I thought, my head just went, how many of you did not go back to work until your youngest went back to school? And some of you can agree with that. Very good. So that was my imaging thing. So here you are, the first day back to work in how long, many years? You've got a 5-year-old girl, a 12-year-old girl, and a 15-year-old son. 15-year-old son spent most of the night on games, and so the alarm that you hear, at least I think it's 5 times, you know could be waking him up. And you might hear by the way the bells sound that it wasn't the best situation. And also, you will hear, you'll think about the fact that the 12-year-old is going to go to school today with a different hairdo. So the bathroom, which is only one, is being used. It's important, right? It's very important. Okay, and the last little girl, 5 years old, has Pokemons, and she can't find the Pokemon she wants to show her friends today. All of this is going on, and Mom is trying to get them breakfast, the lunches to the right person, and off on the bus. Okay, so she does have a bit of a problem there. Sometimes if you're a bit late driving your kids to school, it's not so bad. But this is a bus route. Enjoy Chopsticks. We'll try to. Images now. This is Mom. She's all ready. Oh, she forgot something. Get together.
Not fast. Say it that speed.
The mask got my clipper. Oh well. Hi, I'm Roseanne, and I've been with the Bells from the start. You didn't know that today, but that's okay. Working as a part of a team is a rewarding experience. But when you come away with the beautiful sound that rings in our ears for a few days later, the payoff is awesome. Good people, good leadership, meaningful music makes me happy and proud to be part of this. I hope you enjoy your day.
My name's Heather. I started the Bell Choir at the end of April. So I want to include Kathy, who's not here. She's down under. So anyways, I just really enjoy the music. And I had thought about, you know, a bell choir. I love the sound. And it wasn't until my friend Wendy said, "Why don't you come?" And I said, "Maybe I will." I hadn't really been doing a lot with since COVID, and I had a hip replacement in February, so I was home for 3 months and loved it. I enjoyed it, but I thought maybe it was time to get out there. So anyways, I want to thank you to the group for welcoming me, and it's really nice to be hanging out with you every week. Thanks.
So we're doing this.
You say we are.
We make mistakes and we laugh at ourselves.
Just remember that. That's
She's
just
making us
that's
do
good
this.
morning, right? What's gonna happen? Feels up? One and two, three and four. One, two, three, and I've got much more to say now, talking too much, I guess, but thank you so much again for listening. You can see how we have things to learn, and we enjoy working together. So, you know, they say all these things about me, but it's every one of them in that group, okay? Everyone. You could just tell the love that they have for each other and how they care and how they start counting when they need to. We wish you the best and a wonderful summer. And this is our greeting to you. If you want to use the words and sing along with us, you may. God be with you till we meet again. The baby of the group. Yeah, the baby of the group. Here we go.
Please don't run away. Or walk away. Anne, would you like to come over here, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He's a Mountie, you know.
I'm always obeying her.
Yeah.
Thanks, John. I'll be with you. I could say a lot of things about Anne, our director, but everything's been said, I'm sure. I just like to, I know Gord, her husband, loves her, but we do too. So on behalf of the choir, on behalf of Dunwich Bells, we'd like to present you this little token of our appreciation. And we're going to give you a gift card. You'll figure out where it is when you open it. And John. Yes. We want to thank you for being at home.
Rudy.
I'm in honor of thanking you. I want to thank you. It was nice to hear the bells ring. It was really nice. And I really enjoyed chopsticks. That was great. So keep on practicing. It's really good.
Thank you very much.
So I don't know who to give this to. You're always welcome to come back again. We will invite you again.
I want everybody to know, though, that I do sing in her choir.
So I have to behave myself.
Just so you ladies know, I'm also giving the courtesies for the afternoon. So I want to thank you all for coming. I had one thought when we were able to get Mona to come and be our speaker. Then we got our bells. And then I was waiting for the response. And let me tell you, I had to pray a lot because the beginning there was only 16 of you. With a little prayer and a lot of prayer, you all came up and there was 85 of you today. So we've got 5 that are doing it online because it's live streamed. I want people to know that we want to try and keep this going, but we've got to keep, you guys have got to help us along the way. If you really enjoyed today, please write your comments on the evaluation sheet because we need to know what you want. Okay, we really do need to know. So I'm hoping that next year we can have the same thing and we will try and offer it live stream as well. So on behalf of the committee, I want to thank everybody, and especially you bell ringers. And just so you know, I need the name tags, the plastic stuff back, but you can keep your name. And there is a box out there for the evaluations and the name tags, okay? And I've also, because Marge was asking about keeping in touch, there are 2 sheets out there. If you give me your email, I will email you the keeping in touch. Okay, and I'll put you on my list. Okay, so you'll have it. Okay? I think that's all I had to tell you.
So again, thank you one and all for being here today. Your presence here has been a blessing to each one of us. You know, when we started planning, well, in fact, at the very beginning, when I said to Linda, is there any chance we can have summer event again? And she says, well, yes, we could, but we don't have a dean. And I thought, well, I guess I could do that, right? So we just have to be open to the movement of the Spirit and where the Spirit is guiding us and being open to saying yes to what God has in store for us. And I've just been honored to be the dean for this event. I've enjoyed every minute of working with the committee, and I hope you have enjoyed today as much as I have, because it has been a wonderful day. And thank you each one for being here. We will do it again next year, God willing. Always the third Saturday of July, so we'll check with Siloam to make sure the space is available. And your comments on the evaluation form, as Linda says, will be helpful in our planning. If you have ideas for guest speakers or music or things that you really liked this year or didn't like, we need to know that. So safe home, and there is the UCW prayer on the bottom of your agenda, which I have lost mine now. So I'll have to share with somebody. If you still have your agenda handy. And now, go with us, God, into the days ahead. Strengthen us for peace, give us wisdom, keep us humble, and may we live and work together, and so striving, build a new and better world tomorrow. Amen. Safe home, and some words that I find very meaningful that I often use. Life is short, and we have so little time to gladden the hearts of those who travel the way with us. So be swift to love and make haste to be kind. Amen.